Alright, let's get started. There'll be no die on my part tonight. I hope. We'll see. I'm feeling like 95% better. Just remembering how controls work. You know, it's been like a week. Old man brain can't remember stuff like that. So there's always that like recalibration. So we got a good bit to go through. We gotta take out Morgott. We gotta do Nepheli's questline. We gotta make it through the snow top of the mountains. Place thing. Curious if the toxic just kills him. Tell me it's gonna leave him with 1 HP. There we go. Easiest kill against that guy. How do we save this part? I gotta say, that's one of the easiest times I've gone through there. Now deal with the guys getting fatty.
Lizard.
Moving right along.
Lizard.
How's it going, Karasu? Just made that guy's getting over my little bitch.
Lizard.
Took him out like 2 seconds. Unfortunately, after I applied the poison, I couldn't really capitalize on that damage increase. Dude, the mage dude who teleports away from you, I applied toxic to him, and it killed him before I even had to deal with him at his future location. He just got poisoned out. Because poison is apparently really strong in this game. I just have to recall. Can you do me a favor, Karasu? Can you look up where I get sleep pots? The sleep ones. I didn't even check. I hope this is the right place that I teleported to. Okay, it is. I'm thinking ahead to the Godskin Duo fight. The Third Church of Morgott? Really? Okay. So like right in the beginning, I was just too dumb to buy it. Gotcha. Oh, I just haven't been. I didn't go to that spot. I know what you're talking about. keep trying to be fancy. Just trying to be fancy against the guy. Yeah, it's gonna be like right over here-ish. There's a lot I did that I didn't need to do on this playthrough, but then there's also even more that I skipped over. But we got a big list to get through tonight.
Oh, Shemite, are you here as a customer?
Those are poison arrows. So that's not the merchant I was thinking about. Well, it's the merchant I was thinking about, it's not the merchant I need.
I'm afraid of it.
Because this is the third church. Is it this merchant? These are the only two merchants in the area that I can think of. Apparently I'm not playing an obscure enough game that there's still all the bots can find me here.
How nice, Liz.
I don't think it's this guy. No, that's the Beast Lore Pod in Exalted Flesh. We'll buy him. Wait, when they say near the Sophia River, no, it's not gonna be talking about. There's no other merchant near the third church, because this is the graveyard. What am I forgetting? I gotta be forgetting something. The graveyard close to the third church. Apparently I never picked up the Wondrous Physic. That would be super awkward going into Mogh. guess I need another landmark? I could just look it up. Oh, you don't buy it. That's what's talking about. I was thinking about merchants. You don't actually buy it from a merchant. That makes more sense. Which means it's that graveyard over there. I just did something super sketch while making it not look super sketch. In all honesty, I only had like a 30% confidence I wasn't going to fall to my death right there.
Ah, you, please. It's pathetic, I know. Ah, you, please. It's pathetic, I know.
Indeed. So I had honestly determined. I suspect a dose of that. Oh, and sugar as his master. But now, finished.
Ah, you, please. It's pathetic, I know. So you know, right, for an old father, I would have done, and yet I betrayed him. And I think he'd, oh, where is the Jew? He once told me he would never allow, as he simply... No, how could I say? Father has all. And now. Is that ash? I can smell my thanks. I don't feel the presence of spirits. Still, it reminds me of my thank you. In this ash, it reminds me of...
Alright, so that's Nepheli's quest line.
Good to see. I have you to thank, though. I can have I'm as yet, but and if there's any, well, I certainly Roderica.
Oh, of course I'm missing Ghost Glove Warts. Not that worried about it in this playthrough.
Greetings. Are you here for?
Posture check.
Lizard.
I feel like I can see
Lizard.
and Master Hugh once again.
Lizard.
You and your lizards. Thank you. So before I forget, because it was mentioned, Alexander's questline was mentioned. So before I forget that, let me go ahead and... was this Road of Inquity? Is this the right place? Because we already killed Radon. Do another right one. Right place. So we can talk to Alexander here, and this will push him to Farum Azula. I hate the Magma Worm. It's the most obnoxious boss in the game. Every time I play Elden Ring, I always say the Magma Worm's the most obnoxious boss in the game, and it will always be true. love my damage. I'm just gonna throw out there that I love my damage.
Oh, mountain of fire! Bake me in your flames!
Are you done pooping, Alexander? No?
Good lady. What business might you have in such a place as this? I hardly think you're here to temper yourself with flame, considering that fleshly form of yours. Your timing, though, I've been take it. But, I won't be. Perhaps I'll as an old saint above the law.
Not sure why I feel like I need to get to the next site of grace. I don't know. It's a feeling. What are we without our feelings?
Did you read that is the time? You will be compensated if you are low, but you must leave. This is a we have no plea. You've complied. I am pleased. This is you. Never forget. The way is it is the truth.
So, then I shall banal recusants. Why not add? Come to take back the recuse, to raise the wheel recuse. All you can do. Well.
Well, so you've been we're well, you see, after much revenge, according to I've got the and champions, it hit me like that my fault. Of course, that and fought, but succumbing. Lanyon knows this, but such.
I love how dumb this guy is.
Be dark in the tale of how.
I love how dumb he is. I was going to get my revenge, but you know, I'm very gullible and easily tricked. Uh-huh. Yes, you are. Rot build, weak to poison build. Surprised he did as much damage with a crossbow as he did. Golden Knight Dialos.
I see here is your you. Now, of the true, the Erd, but it was all the tarnish like the Shah. Our Lord, if the Erd, then we are willing. We at the, if you follow the Lords, you cannot.
Well, I don't believe it. And here I thought, all good though. We'll do good work. Oh, and of Patch's Emporium. Are you surprised? I thought I could let. Not to mention, I guess even after I've never seen. Cheers for that. Ah, this is. You're new here, but if you relax, go on.
Someone please kill him. That a red. Look at you. I knew. Take this. A special if you should accept.
See, I need to get my faith up. Really? It took me 55,000 runes? Damn, I didn't realize I was that high level. Yep, there's our questline. I was gonna say, need to get my faith up to 12. So that way I can go through the Lake of Rot easier. That damage though! Shredded Morgott. Toxic makes every PvP fight easy. That my damage is really good right now.
hunting. Are you certain? No, it's quite a... I'll give Tank. Have some rent. Cheers for that.
Ah, I have the reward. Take it. Let us trek until we reach...
Ah, I'm terribly sorry. I haven't achieved, even though I've dared. I'm still yet to achieve. Perhaps I am a fool. No. What an easy mark. How did it test? Just no. Perhaps I am a... No. It's worse than that. What an easy mark.
Diablos, they told me I should be killing innocent people for the good of everything, and I believe them. Clearly what I'm supposed to do. I'm an idiot, yes. Yes, you are. Took you way too long to realize that. I don't know why I feel like going to kill Godfrey. I just feel like going to kill Godfrey. I don't think I need a reason to kill him. So we don't need a reason to go kill him, we just go kill him because he has it coming. And I will go kill Mogg. Do an easy fight, then a hard fight. Now this cutscene is kind of lame, so I'm going to skip this one. Okay, I make sure I could actually afford to summon Dean.
cannot be forgiven.
Unfortunately, he kept doing that, swordering. Dean didn't get to do a whole lot there. I mean, yeah, it's just a +4. I would need to look up where to get the ghost love warts. Which don't really matter right now. The only matter if I get stuck. I mean, I summoned him because I wanted to.
Hello again. Allow me, you are prevented by the thorns, a husk of the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like you to the flame of then and guide. Shall I turn? Let my share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
I never learned Flame Grant Me Strength. I think I can learn from the Turtle Pope Flame Cleanse Me. Let's stop by the Turtle Pope real quick. Flame Cleanse Me is the important one between the two.
I welcome. I am my apology. Do you know how it came? Well, that is a shattering. It is here by the matter, and so the earth. Oh, you are free to. I would, sir, if you find, unless perhaps, in which case. Oh, very well. Heresy is all things. Oh, very well. Heresy is all things.
I don't have the book for it.
Bok ready to make. Oh, please.
I had to have missed it. Yeah, it's literally right next to the Church of Vows, okay. And then Flame Grant Me Strength is Fort Gale. so there's that one, and then Fort Gale is right here. It's not even in Fort Gale, it's next to Fort Gale. Nah, I guess it would be over here. Oh, you know what? I never fought the Yard Tree Avatar in Lundell. Completely skipped it. I'll fight that, and I'll fight this Crucible Knight here. They can't be blood. I forget if Crucible Knights can be poisoned. Yeah, I don't think they can be blood or poisoned. Oh, they can be poisoned. Just has really high resistances, probably. I mean, it's a free, like, 12,000 runes, so might as well. Might as well. Dude, I always second guess myself. What if this whole time my audio hasn't been working and nobody said anything? That would be the worst. Okay, we're good. Oh, where the hell did that guy come from? Just taunted the guy behind me. Somebody drops in on my head. Yeah, that sounds about right. Speaking of which, what if Discord still showed me it being offline? What if I'm too dumb to remember to mark myself online on Discord? Odd that you can't be on your horse on this bridge. I mean, it's not as long of a bridge as the other one. I dealt so much damage. Oh my god. Was I expecting that much damage to come out? Dina has a good amount. I don't even think I used Bragg's Roar. But Rockmark is ruined until I die once. I don't have all that many rune arcs, so I don't want to be wasting them willy-nilly. I want to take out the Night Gallery right here. He's worth enough that I want to take him out. There he is. Yeah, that fast for 43k. Take that all day long. I rim this guy as like a little bitch with my mage. I'm not gonna do it here. I rolled into it. There we go. Couple close calls there. Just a couple. But it was worth a level up. That's what I said. I was like, if I kill this thing, I think it's worth a level up. And it was. But man, a gargoyle is obnoxious to hit with the claws. There's been a couple enemies that haven't been pleasant to connect because of hitboxes. Dragons haven't been the easiest.
Well,
Get out of my friend's body, you bastard!
this I did not expect. But if you do not care for lordship, I'm afraid you are of no use.
That was easy. If I wasn't about to get my head sniped off, I would take a look over to my left. After I kill that golem, I might double back to take a look. Because I think down there is where the Halleck tree is. Off to my left here. Yeah, that's the path of the Halleck tree, cause that turtle, I want to say, is where the church is that you take Latana to, which would mean that the village is over there somewhere.
Do you hear me? It is I, Latena. We're almost there. Castle Soul lies just off to the north, where the other medallion is housed. It will grant passage to the land of Nepheli.
Go kill Giallo's brother and never tell him. My internet cut out? What? Wonder if that's a Twitch issue. I mean, it makes sense that the tale of House Oslo's told him blood if he used dual wields rose whips. I've done that build. It's a fun build. Hey, how's it going, Merida? Is Twitch working? Because on my end it shows that I had a hiccup. Gotta fix that on my end. Okay, now it shows it's working. Well, obviously they're dead since, you know, just killed them. I have a tall order of stuff to be doing tonight in this game. So I am, in my mind, I am very behind on what I wanted to complete and be doing. And I could have gone through the second act of Neo 3 tonight, or at least put in work on that. But I really want to be able to say, like, I'm done with Elden Ring for a bit. So I want to get through this playthrough, maybe go back and do the DLC on the Mage playthrough. That way I could have room on my hard drive. Because over the summer, you know, we have Crimson Desert to do, and Crimson Desert is going to be a while that I'm going to play it for. Because I hear there's just that much to do in the game. So, Crimson Desert, I am doing last week of, for the subathon, no matter what, there's going to be a Crimson Desert gauntlet. Or run through, I'm going to be doing Crimson Desert for the subathon at the end of the month. And so I wanted to get Elden Ring done. I don't think I'll have time to finish the Neo 3 playthrough, but I want to at least finish the Elden Ring playthrough, or playthroughs, over the next couple of weeks. I should be able to go for like another 7 hours or so at the very least. We're going to be doing a longer stream today. We gotta think that the DLC takes like 40 hours to complete anyway. I'm not even in it yet. That depends on the definition of full clear. Definitely all remembrance bosses. So we gotta get rid of Praetor Raker. We got through Morgott. We're gonna have to do Godskin Duo and Mogh tonight. We're gonna finish Ranni's questline. At the very least tonight. We're doing all of that. We might do Castle Soul into the Howling Tree, but that's time consuming. Especially if I get stuck on Commanding Ayal. Or like that, get caught in the frostbite. Yeah, as long as we don't have any hiccups. But yeah, we're going for a full clear for this. I mean, you have to full clear the DLC, like, otherwise you just hurt yourself. That's same for Neo 3. Neo 3 you have to full clear stuff. Or were you talking about full clear for Crimson Desert? We're going to consort? Yeah, I am. I don't see a reason why I shouldn't be able to kill Consort Radahn with this build at the very least. I'll attempt him on the mage build. But this build has enough damage output that I should just be able to damage through him. And obviously everything on my timetables are predator. And I'm not even talking about finishing my second playthrough or doing a third playthrough of Armored Core 6. I'm almost positive I won't have time to do that because I would have needed to not be sick for that. Which I got my test results back from my CT scan I had yesterday. Which I didn't realize that the procedure in the morning was going to knock me out for the day. Like it did. And then all the tests from the thing came back as normal. So it didn't even give any answers. They didn't give any answers, just made me sick as a dog for the whole day. Because all I did was one bleed proc there. But yeah, anyway, so the reports show that there's nothing that they could see wrong with me from the CT scan, which is disheartening because it means that the doctor still won't know what's wrong with me. Well, at least it shows that there's physically nothing wrong with my stomach. So that means it's either going to be dietary or autoimmune, I would guess. If it was stress related, though, my psychiatry meds would be helping, and they don't. That's the only reason why I didn't say stress. Because, and I did realize this was that, like, with as sick as I was for the last week, my stomach was more normal. So if it's something weird like my white blood cells are just so overactive that they attack my digestive system when they have nothing else to do, or something really weird like that, that could be it. I mean, mostly what I did for last week was sleep. But my stomach, as odd as it was more normal while I was sick. But I also was hardly not eating that much and things like that. I don't know. It's all weird. And honestly, if it ends up being dietary, then or if it's autoimmune, dietary could help fix that as well. Because I have heard before that people with stomach issues, that doctors have a hard time figuring out if they go to like a strictly red meat diet, it pretty much resets their digestive system. But that's an expensive diet to be on. That's a very expensive diet that I cannot afford at all. way confused why this guy isn't getting poisoned. He just one-shot me with that. Roundtable Knight Vike was not being poisoned at all. I am way too many times with the Venom Fangs from not to get poisoned. Hi, Nitro. Nitro, I apologize, but it says you're not a first-time chatter, but I don't recognize your name. And I feel bad that I don't remember you. But how are you doing this fine evening? Oh, you've changed your name, that's why. Now I don't feel bad. What kind of murder are you up to? Space Marine 2? Okay. So what was your name? So that way I know who I'm talking to. Well, if we play Space Marine 2, I'd guess content. Nice, nice. Look at me remembering my viewers. It has been a while. I've been sick for the last week. I need to make room on my hard drive for Space Marine 2 so that way I can play it again. Just going over my list of games I want to be playing for this month. Playthroughs I'm finishing and games that I might be starting up. Why do I recall that there was something happening recently in Space Marine 2? Are we getting a new patch soon? I know we got the Tech Marine, and I played as it. I was playing it right before I got sick. Tech Marine, and I love the Tech Marine class. It's harder to play than the other classes because not needing to take time to gun strike means you have time to be doing other stuff. So it's a faster playing class than the other classes. And the hype of everybody and their mother playing as the Tech Marine is over, so you can actually play as it when I play the game. It's been a minute since the tourist has been here. Everybody's stopping by tonight. I feel special. How have you been, a tourist? Still got... Well, those points don't decay, thankfully. Oh my god, the sub! I am going to be doing a subathon at the end of the month for my birthday. I want to get birthday money so that way I can afford stuff for myself. So I'm setting up. It's in the works. I'm still creating my subathon goals and things like that. They're not going to be anything crazy because last year I think I only had a total of 20 subs for the subathon. So it's not going to be anything crazy ridiculous for the goals, but we're going to be doing a little something. Worlds is nice. I'm not big on the whole grappling hook thing in Worlds, but Worlds is a fun entry. I could be convinced to get back into Wilds. The Lance. Yeah, the Slinger was the start of making the game feel a lot more arcadey to me. Yeah. Them introducing the Slinger in Worlds and having it be well received. Every entry since Worlds, they just lean harder and harder into the Slinger. Which is a shame because I'm not actually huge on the Slinger. Because when the cut Slinger ammo off is good. Oh, I can add that. Oh, I can see that rather. I forget the name of the one that had come out right after World, but that one was the one that was one of the ones where they tried going back into their old way of doing things, in which you had to be in the PvP queue once you hit a certain hunter rank, and the mobility was so high in it that if you weren't like grouped with friends, then chances are the hunt was over. Like, even if you start from the beginning of the hunt, if you didn't know exactly how to get to the enemy, the hunt would be over before you could even get to the monster. Yeah, Rise. And somebody in chat recently told me that with Rise you can actually, like, yeah, it makes you be in the multiplayer queue, but it still bases the HP per person, like World does. So you could just do private lobbies and not have to deal with that. And I never do that. Evade extended makes you jump out across the map with the lance. Nice. Like, maybe I could get back into Rise, but Wilds I can see myself getting back into. I would need convincing to get back into Monster Hunter though, compared to other stuff. And I only say that because, like I said, I have to finish this playthrough. I have to finish, well, I want to finish my second Neo 3 playthrough. I still have half of my second playthrough in Armor Core 6. I still have the DLC with a magic build in this game. And then last week of the stream is Subathon, which I'm going to be doing, what you call it, Crimson Desert for it. Oh, nice! So if you're playing with somebody, dude, that's awesome. That's the way to do it, is to play with a friend. Wait, you didn't care for the timings in the longsword? That is surprising. Longsword is like the weapon that is the easiest to learn the game in with. It's the most forgiving weapon in the game. And the easiest to use. I'm actually surprised you didn't care for the longsword. And switch axe is a tricky beast. Switch axe is a very tricky beast to handle. Lance is more forgiving. Lance is a very technical weapon. Lance is a very technical weapon. Small hit windows. Small hit boxes compared to other weapons. Best defensive weapon to use. Hammer is great for stunning. And positioning. Yeah, guard, dash, stab, yep. It's a simpler weapon, but it's very, like I said, it's a very technical weapon. One of the things, and people can say I'm just being an old fogey. One of the things I didn't care for that they've done in Wilds is, in Worlds and in Rise, you'll notice that like you can stagger your allies, and you can't do that in Wilds. They removed ally stagger. See, like, I think that's bad. And my reason why I say that's bad is it makes you not have to be as aware of your surroundings. I thoroughly enjoy the fact that you actually have to pay attention not to just where the monster is, but to where your allies are as well. Being staggered every 2 seconds when you're playing with your friend uses exactly. But you see, that's a problem that your friend needs to address. Your friend staggering with the glaive is your friend's fault that your friend needs to stop doing. That's not an issue with the game, that's an issue with your friend not being good at it. I mean, I also really like playing Final Fantasy XIV, and positional awareness matters a lot in that game as well. Okay, so something that I learned from playing League of Legends, it does, hours in the game has nothing to do with skill in the game. Those are not two things that correlate necessarily. Your friend can have 10,000 hours in the game and still be bad at it. One has nothing to do with the other. He's good at doing stuff himself, but if he keeps staggering you, that's a him issue. If you're using the insect glaive, you should not be hitting the monster in the head. If you're using the lance, you should always be in the monster's face, like literally in its face. So he has no business being anywhere near where you are, other than the fact that he can't control his character when he's up in the air. Or he can't control his character as well as he should be when he's up in the air. Are you not attacking the monster in the face? Yeah, you should never be behind the monster with the lance. No, I get it. Trust me, I get it. There's actually a boss that, if you want to practice that, there is a boss that would be perfect for you guys to fight. It's the Behemoth. It's the Final Fantasy crossover fight. You actually have aggro, like you're playing an MMO. So it ends up being perfect if somebody like you is using the lance and your friend's using the insect glaive, because as you hit the behemoth in his face, hitting it in the face generates an increased aggro. So as long as you're stabbing it in the face with a lance, you'll always have aggro and it'll always be facing you. For the most part. Tigrex is just a bulldozer, man. That's all he does, is he just runs you over. Tigrex, what do you do? Oh, I just run people over. Countercolor helps, I bet it does. Him and Diablos. Oh my god, Diablos. Deviant Diablos in particular. Bane of my existence.
Hello again. Sharper than... I was just holding... Here you go. Try to find...
You'll use him as just as a trap for monsters.
It's one easy.
That's fair. That's very fair.
Well.
I see this is your usual. Perhaps you are our Lord will. I see, but do know to follow the path in order to deflect a true.
You got PC, congratulations! No, I haven't heard. I have not heard of that. Congratulations, dude. So now you can game with the rest of us. 2 terabyte solid state drive. You lucky dog, you. It's good, AMD. Dude, I'm horrible with specs on PCs and what's good and what's not and what's up to date. I'm horrible with that stuff, man. From 20 FPS, minimum graphics held drivers 2 to 100 plus max graphics. Dude, that's a beautiful thing. Absolutely glorious. I need to save up so much money that I don't have, so that way I can update my PC.
I will transport you. Farewell, then.
I always gotta let this cutscene play out at least once every playthrough. Just for the line. Just for the line. Had no issues with prior 2 story bosses in World. Dude, I love all the Monster Hunter bosses. Favorite Monster Hunter game will always be Generations Ultimate. Will always be Generations Ultimate.
Very well.
And something I'll say about the recent Monster Hunter games versus the older ones that you won't understand unless you play the older ones is that weapons feel a lot more floaty in the recent Monster Hunter games, and they feel a lot more like they have more weight to them in the older games. Ah! I want to say that thing takes Somberstone, so I could just upgrade that and it'll go a lot faster. I have no problem using runes to upgrade this weapon to make this fight go faster.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your arms then.
Yes. Now, I will
I forgot to touch the point of grace outside of his room.
Farewell, then.
She literally puts you at the site of grace. I forgot to touch it. Whoopsies. Okay, let's see what the damage difference is here from having a +0 to a +9 for this weapon. Pretty sizable difference. You look at my health bar, like, what's the difference? I would cry. You upgrade the God Serpent thing and it makes you take more damage. He knocked me into his lava pool to stagger me so that way I couldn't do anything. That's what I hate about it, is that if he didn't have that lava pool, this would be a much more tolerable fight. The cat bat and the fire sword tail. Cat bat. Oh! Okay. I know which enemies you're talking about. The cat bat. At least I think I know which enemies you're talking about. When you say cat bat, you're talking about Nargacuga. I love that thing. Can never remember names. That's alright. I know it because I just love that monster a lot. It's one of fan favorites for Monster Hunter. It's the Nargacuga. Pre-K with wings, yep. So Monster Hunter Generations had what's called deviant monsters, which were harder versions of monsters that they had 15 rankings for. And Nargacuga is one of them. I've fought Nargacuga the hard mode at plus 15. The Bubble Dragon was also in that game with a hard mode. Super Flaming Skulls. See, I was afraid of getting stuck on favorite record. I was afraid of getting stuck on this guy. Such a pain in my ass. About projectiles, yes. With delayed explosions. Delayed explosions that just happened. It's delayed explosions that just happen to bounce you into his lava pool. So as you try to move, you just keep getting stagger stuck in his lava pool. And so you're spamming dodge, which makes you dodge into his next attacks. Because you have to spam dodge where you have that lava pool and not just permanently staggered in it. Like I said, if he didn't have that stupid lava pool randomly around him, he'd be a much more tolerable fight. And the only way this would have gone faster would be if I was doing a quality build. Because this thing actually has really good scaling on strength and dex. It doesn't help that as you swing, you keep walking towards him slowly. So you're walking towards the pool of magma. Like that. There we go. Glad they have a great wetfish event quest in this world. Makes Finn's a lot easier, but sucks. Thank you. Thank you. See, I never really worried about the wetfishes in Monster Hunter games. The only reason why he's worth fighting, I know my model blocks it. The reason why he's worth fighting is because he gives 156,000 runes. At least when you have the gold scarab equipped, he gives that much. Very sharp and very easy to do during fights. Wait, does the wetfish let you sharpen faster than the regular sharpening stone? I never realized that. It shouldn't. I don't think it does. Is it one swipe? Okay.
It's true then. No, defeat is not until then. I suggest I will miss the champion who I always... This, perhaps we...
I forget if in Worlds, at least in the Iceborne DLC, you start getting the ability to use the mount. He lost 2 in one fight, even though it's kind of rare to use one up.
Even he was prepared to meet a wretched end when he put any road.
5% chance of consumption. Oh, it's not even a 100% chance of consumption. Okay, so in later Monster Hunter games, in both Rise and in Wilds, you have a mount that you can have. Like in Rise, it's optional whether you want to bring 2 palicos or a palico and a pal a dog, whatever the dog is called. But you can bring a dog, and you can summon it to ride it, whatever.
Now you've got
Ride whenever, and you can actually sharpen your weapon while on the dog.
Perhaps a time for
It's a
now.
chocobo in,
This
well, like a
manor
chocobo
is
type
finished.
thing in Wilds.
The demigod beast
But
is
same thing,
slain.
that you can jump on it and just sharpen your weapon while you're riding.
Fine mess.
So you're not even stuck in place.
Well, goodbye, my friend.
Just based on location, yeah. No, in Rise and in Wilds, it's everywhere. I mean, Wilds is kind of ridiculous in how fast everything is. Like I said, Wilds is when it got to be like too fluid for me, and like everything was like too forgiving. Because in Wilds it has what's called the wound system, and you can literally like just turn your character 180 degrees whenever you want to mid swing. So like you can be charged up a greatsword swing. If the monster moves, you can just turn on a dime mid swing to connect with the monster anyway. And I was like, really cool, makes it really easy to do, to use the weapon for. But it almost makes it too easy. Yeah. Because you can freely change your character's position when you're using the wound camera. So you can, and I use the greatsword as an example, but you can do it with any weapon in Wilds. It's kind of dumb. Apparently they, from what I hear, since the game's launch, they've made monsters like either less resistant to being wounded or whatnot. But when you play through Wilds, if you play through Wilds, which you should, it is a good game. Wilds is a good game. But when you play through, the wound system is so strong up until you get to the end of the game, like the end of the game. The wound system is so strong that you can stun an enemy for like half its health bar, if not more. And I'm not even talking about like hammer stun. I mean like stun them by using the wound system to just constantly have the monster flop on the ground like, I can't do anything because you wounded it. You know, I can't while using lance because of the button to switch from counter claw to normal claw. I'm pretty sure that gets fixed by Rise.
Oh, or is it me? Fine. I hadn't expected. Now the form eliminate the name of Ra. I will not. Perform eliminate the name of Ra. I will.
Well, the greatest Jagras. So, see, when I played World, I played it with my brother. My brother was actually really big in Worlds. Like, that's one of the things. If Villamir ever entered the stream and was like, hey, Datrius, I got Monster Hunter Wilds, or hey, Datrius, I got Monster Hunter Rise, will you play with me? I'd be like, yes, that's like not even a question. I would love to play a Monster Hunter game with brother again, but you mentioned the greatest Jagras, reminded me of him because his go-to weapon was actually the great Jagras switch axe. Because he could just proc paralysis like nobody's business with it. And like for raw damage, the great Jagras' switch axe was like At least pre-Iceborne, the Great Attack with Switch Axe was like the strongest weapon for the Switch Axe in terms of raw damage. At the start of the game, man. It's a solid weapon. Like, the Switch Axe has never been one of my go-to weapons, but over the games, I've gotten proficient with every weapon in the game. I mean, one of the things the Monster Hunter community's been asking for the longest time has been to add a new weapon type. Because we haven't had a new weapon type since Monster Hunter 4. Monster Hunter 4 added in the insect glaive, and we haven't had a new weapon type since then. More specifically, I think it was 4 Ultimate. When I say titles, I typically am talking about the Ultimate versions. Because the Ultimate versions is the game plus its DLC. But if you ever were to go back and play any of the older games, like, I won't go back past 4 Ultimate, to be honest, because then things start getting kind of janky, and they really show their age, but like, 4 Ultimate or Generations Ultimate, if you go back and play either of them, then it's like, you'll see that weapons have more of a personal identity, even than they do in Worlds to Rise or Wilds. Like, the lands could do aerial attacks a little bit if you dash off a ledge. So like, there were only 3 weapons I think during 4 generations that could really do aerial attacks. Like, the insect glaive is obviously the king of aerial attacks and mounting and that stuff, but sword and shield could do it decently well. The lance could do it very situationally. And there was one other weapon, I think. Actually, I think it was just those 3. Like, obviously, Insect Glaive can jump in the air whenever it wants to, but there were enough ledges and stuff in Generations, excuse me. That you could use Sword and Shield of the Lands to get some aerial attacks off. And in terms of weapons kind of losing their identity a bit, so I think they actually removed guard in as a substat in general in wilds, but different weapons that could block took different amounts of chip damage, with the exception of the lance. Lance used to be the only weapon that wouldn't take chip damage when you blocked. And in, I want to say in wilds, any weapon that can block will not take chip damage. Remember, it still has guard up. They still have the guard up stat, which guard up makes it so that way unblockable attacks become blockable. You know, those attacks that you have to Superman dive in order to get out of the way of, like Gigante's dive bomb. Guard up is good for a weapon that can block to be like, no, I just blocked through that. Screw that noise. Did I pick up a Ghost Glove War 5? In my loot, in all of my looting? Nope. Somehow I'm missing a 5. I just can't find it to upgrade so Martin. But I do find the Monster Hunter games interesting in that there's always a subtle enough difference entry to entry in how the weapons function that I end up having a different weapon as my main go-to weapon per Monster Hunter game. Like, I always have my go-tos. Like the hunting horn, the hammer, the charge blade. I always have my go-tos. Dual swords. I love dual swords in Monster Hunter. Like, I want to say my go-to in Wilds was Sword and Shield. Because of how they changed the way blocking works in Wilds, that Sword and Shield was so strong in that game. Like, oh my god, Sword and Shield strong. Because one of the things that Wilds added, I think, was perfect blocks. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was that you still took chip damage, but if you perfect blocked with the weapon, then you didn't. That might have been it. that would be up there. I think if I get that seed, then I can have my number of heals fully upgraded. I think. I was hoping to just run through here, but I want to get that heal. That way I don't have to worry about being one heal short going through the DLC. So the Ghost Lovelwort Pickers Bearing 2 is going to give me 3s and 4s. I need to find where the Ghost Lovelwort Bearing 3 is. Or just find a freaking Ghost Lovelwort 5. That'll probably be the easiest thing. I just can't find one for the life of me. This place is giving me too high level of stuff, materials than I need. Sorry. That was satisfying to see. Satisfying and worth 15,000 runes. That bowling ball deserved it. It deserved worse than that. Hello there, level 79. Hope you have yourself a great night. We're doing damage over here. Just got home from work? Oh, so you're having an incredible night then. Sounds like you're doing better than I am. Although actually that fight just made me feel really good. Big numbers make me happy. I might need more context. Because talking about killing a family is not something that I'm going to be tolerating in this stream, dude. Had to shoot a family. Okay. See, that's context. You're talking about millimeters and shooting a family, and I didn't know you're a photographer. Do you see how things can get misinterpreted, 79? Thank you. Okay, at least you see the problem. So at least you understand why I asked for more information there. Hey, at least I didn't condemn you. At least I didn't misunderstand and condemn you outright. Yeah, exactly. See, very, very understood where the confusion was. Those are big numbers for a bullet. Every now and then, somebody will enter the chat and try and be edgy and say something just messed up. No bullets, okay. Okay. Now we're good. Now we're good. So, in terms of film photography, what is the difference between using a 33mm lens and a 44mm lens? Today is like the first day where I'm feeling 100%. Thank you for asking, Talon. Let's kill the family. The family, that one deserves the 44. I'll use the 33. It's better for wide shots. It was a big family. Okay. Yeah, so many questions. Right, and so we're trying to accomplish a lot in the game tonight because I missed like a week's worth of time for completing games. I mean, it's the principle of the thing, Merida. At that point, the difference between 33mm and 44mm is the principle of the matter. But in photography, it can make a big difference in terms of wide shots. And bullets, not so much. The other day you shot this elderly couple in an open field. It was real nice. Had the nice breeze with the sniper lens. And like, this is a good way for them to go. Nice and peaceful. Kablam! It's your favorite sorcery period now? Oh, you figured out how to make it deal damage consistently. It has good stagger potential, doesn't it? It does more stagger than rock throw. Really? Get out of here. That's actually crazy. 'Cause I love rock throw stagger potential. But doesn't Great Ocular Bubble take longer to cast? Isn't that its throw? How it gets offset?
O Shadow, thou art the last. Tell the two fingers that Ranni the witch cometh to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
For 9 months, picked up shortly after your contract ended. Nice.
Beautifully fought. My thanks. 'Twas more of a challenge than I envisioned. Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe.
So what was your contract?
I love them.
Now, if you've been doing photography for 9 months since your contract ended, what kind of contract was it? If you don't mind me asking. Military, okay. Yeah, now you see, with more context, now it could have become, if you had mentioned you were in military before talking about shooting with 33 or 44 millimeters, that would have made it even more confusing and misunderstood and misleading. Imagine telling somebody, hey, I'm in the military. Hey, I used to be in the military. So by the way, today I shot a family with 33 millimeter. I wish I had 44, but you know. Does take a big longer cast. Well, but that is a lot more damage. Bad context. No, that's alright. That's why we ask for context clues. That is the importance of context clues. But at least you know I am the kind of streamer who will give the benefit of the doubt, 79. That's just the kind of guy I am. I mean, I did come close. In fairness, 39, I did come close. I read that, I was like, do I just ban this guy? Hang on, let's double check something real quick. Absolutely amazing results, nice. Takes 2 more bubbles to face against Poise Broker. Dude, that is amazing Poise Break potential. Like, especially because you gotta understand as a streamer, especially as a lower view count streamer, I'll get people who will enter chat thinking that they can get away with more heinous things because I don't have that many viewers that I'd be more willing to put up with stuff. Occasionally you get people like that. We don't deal with bullets anymore. So he should have said, there you go. Dude, that would have been the perfect response. That would be the perfect response. I was using all this 37 millimeters. I don't deal with bullets anymore. After today. What? Bubble can be cast over. Dude, that is actually amazing. And that's the thing, I want to do... If I have time, I want to do the DLC with the magic build. Because I want to see what kind of sorceries I might mess around with there. it misses, it'll turn around and chase. And because it moves as slow as it does, doesn't it have like really good tracking? You just have to worry about an enemy like outrunning it. Yeah, I remember having like even better tracking than Death Rancor. Well, yeah. You definitely gotta spend time casting it. There's the Mushroom Crown. I'm not even really going to use the Mushroom Crown. I picked it up as a just in case. Just in case something's going on, I need that extra damage. I'm thinking about going and getting that accessory off of that dude back there. But like, outside of where I am right now, I don't think I have a need for it. Does the ideal damage? Is that the thing you realized? Do not really need to be arcane to use bubble. Good morning, Sonarto, over on the YouTube side. Yeah, an 18's not that big of an investment. That's what I was thinking about with like Thorn Sorcery and stuff like that. Like, if I were to use that kind of stuff, I don't really need that big of an investment. Like if I come across a Thorn spell or something like that in the DLC as my caster, don't really need probably that big of an investment in Arcane to be able to use that kind of stuff. It's the Senior George. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Mr. Senior George. I don't know why I put so much emphasis on it. I didn't mean for that to sound anywhere near as sarcastic as it did. I don't know why this is bothering me that I don't have this accessory. But I hope you're having a good morning, good sir. I know I've been away for a while. For a solid week I've been away. But we're going to make up for it with this stream here. Griocular Bolt is pretty much the perfect spell to use with Lusat's staff. Oh, you know what? You're right. No, I think YouTube you can just chill. It's Twitch that you have to keep sending stuff. Like, right now, Twitch says that Twitch actually tells me right now how many people are in chat and then how many are counted as viewers. Which is kind of messed up that it tells you both. There's 8 people in chat, we're only counting 4. No, on the YouTube side of things, I think you can just chill. You don't have to keep sending stuff, you can just watch, which is what's nice. Especially from streams like mine, in which like you're here to hang out, enjoy me rambling and the gameplay. Yeah, if they're not typing, they don't really count. Which is why I never mind on Twitch people emote spam. Wow, he actually got me. I cannot remember the last time I died to a Stormlord. Aside from right there. It's been a hot minute since one of those guys have killed me. Yeah, Twitch in terms... Twitch, when it comes to hating their own viewers, Twitch rolled out a thing to make it harder for streamers to use bits and subs as rewards. Because Twitch does Twitch things. That you can't use bits or subs as a reward now for redeems for people to get stuff outside of Twitch. I think that's how the new policy is. Like, you can't be like, if you give X number of subs, then you get a plushie or whatnot. If you give X number of subs, then I will buy somebody a game. You can't do stuff like that with subs or bits. I don't know why they did that. There's a few bots in chat. Yeah, kick. Somebody actually set up my kick for me. A kind, gentle soul. I haven't seen them since, but a kind, gentle soul in kick had entered my chat, and I made them a mod, and they set up certain keywords that are not allowed to be said, that typically bots will say, but people won't. That eliminated like 95% of my bots in kick. But yeah, they randomly rolled out a thing that you couldn't, that affected, like, what people were allowed to, have as redeems for bits and subs. And I saw on X a whole slew of people were up in arms about it, because they, like, had subathons actively going on and stuff like that, that they had to put a stop to, or an immediate change to. Because it wasn't one of those things like, oh, this is something that's going to be enacted at the end of the month or whatnot. It was a change effective immediately. One of those. So I went through the rot swamp. I can take off this stupid armor. Oh, so Thalon, I found out, or I realized, for the Banished Knight armor, for the surcoat to go over it, you have to get one to drop. You can't unalter the Banished Knight armor that is altered. You have to kill one of the people who is actively wearing the one with the surcoat and get it to drop. And I'm not happy about that. Yeah, it's destroyed my hopes and dreams of using that armor, so we're using Raging Wolf instead. We love poison and rot swamps. I mean, there's something. I know. Their tailoring system is very confusing. I'll read what you said in a second, George. Worms aren't hard, but they do require some level of concentration. Or paying attention, rather. Use a Bloodhound Fang for your first playthrough to even notice the secondary effect of the active skill. Holy found a play Millennia! I still haven't used the Bloodhound Fang yet. I don't think I ever will. That is kind of funny. Do your tailoring system have you pick up materials? Gives you. Why give you a tailoring system have you pick up materials? And then allow you to create armor pieces? I'm not following what you're saying, Merida. So that makes sense. Having a tailoring system, picking up materials and craft armor. I'm not sure. Right. We're talking about stuff that doesn't make sense, but what you're saying is something that does make sense. Or you say you wish that this game had a crafting system. Oh, it doesn't make sense they didn't give it to us. It's not this game's style. I honestly wouldn't like a crafting system in a Dark Souls game. That feels like too out of place, like it belongs in a different game. Because Elden Ring is a different name, but it's a Dark Souls game. It's open world Dark Souls. Yeah, for a minor DLC, that could be something. You could see that for a minor DLC. Oh yeah, it's a really cool weapon. Part of my turnoff for it is that, like, it's so overused that it actually turns me off because of how overly used it is. I know that makes no sense. I'll be the first to tell you that that mentality makes no sense, but that's the mentality I have. Like if I were to use, now the thing is, if I were to use a curved greatsword, I probably would end up using it because it's a somber weapon. So you're going to get it to max upgrade so that quickly because it uses somber stones. Oh, the poison killed him! I was gonna say, he still has some health. What's he doing? Remember skipping this boss accidentally coming back 100 levels later with the blasphemous sword and one-shot it? Oh my god. Like you didn't realize this boss was here and you didn't know that there was more to Ranni's questline than this? Okay, and not gonna lie guys, Stormhawk Dean put in a good amount of work, especially for an endgame boss, and it only being at +4. Yeah, the poison confuses me when I kill stuff because I don't expect it to be killing stuff, and then things die. I'm like, oh, nifty. Works, I guess. Now, if I can find a Ghost Glove Wart 5, we'd be in business. I mean, if somebody could look up where I can grab one easily, that would be great. Otherwise, I'll look it up in a minute. Have I played Bloodborne? I have done a couple of playthroughs of Bloodborne. Not a lot of playthroughs, but I've done a couple of playthroughs of Bloodborne. Ghost Glovewort 5. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Apparently I picked stuff up and... No, that's Grave. Ghost. Yeah. We're missing 5. The items you have no idea where they are. It's like me, except I have no idea where any item is. I never pay attention to where they are either because I always tend to just find them, you know? That never is something I have to go out of my way to look for. But apparently I haven't... You know what it is? I haven't really done any catacombs. That's why I don't have any. Yeah, Bloodborne, I've done a Dex playthrough in Bloodborne, and I've done a Bloodtinge playthrough in Bloodborne. There we go, got the bleed rock on it. I'm tearing through stuff. You could say I'm clawing my way through the enemies. Dragons is such a cool boss. Hardy har. Okay, I deserve that. I'm sorry. Couldn't resist. Glad they're in the game. Okay, which game has done dragons, portrayed dragons the best and had the coolest dragon fights? You can give a top 2, top 3, or just top best game to have dragon fights in. That has done dragon fights. Because some games do them great. Some do them better than others. Definitely doing better than others. And this game has some pretty good dragon fights. But it doesn't have the best dragon fights. I'm curious what games people will point out as having the best dragon fights. Black with Wukong, okay. An Elden Ring. See, when I think of a game that has done the best dragon fights, has the most engaging dragon fights, possibly because newest game style dragon fights. See, 2 games that come to mind are actually older than this game. I would say Dragon's Dogma 1, I prefer the dragon fights in Dragon's Dogma 1 over Dragon's Dogma 2. Because I think they're harder and more engaging. And Dragon Age Inquisition does dragon fights incredibly well. Probably one of the best things that game did was its dragon fights. Oh, you don't have BS camera angles. Okay, that makes sense for Black with Wukong. Makes a lot of sense.
So it was thee
And
become my lord.
just like I'd be remiss to say like the most engaging dragon fights.
Thou art a fitting choice.
Monster Hunter Wilds.
It is there I shall find
Monster Hunter Wilds has incredible dragon fights.
Travel the path of the Lord.
Just the Monster Hunter series in general has really good dragon fights.
We shall see each other once more.
Dragons and wyverns, and because it does have both dragons and wyverns, not just wyverns that are called dragons. Yeah, Inquisition, people forget about that. Yes, of course it's our wife. Why you gotta put a ring on it, you know? Stop herself from being maidenless. Alright, let's look up where Goose Glove Warp 5 is. Oh! I don't even need to look for it. Apparently it's part of the Ghost Glove War Pickers bearing too, which I have. So we don't even have to go out of our way to look for it. We just got lucky. Actual wife gave you the side eye. She knows what's up. I mean, it's Ranni. Now, in all fairness, this is one of those games where you don't have that many different choices for waifu. So, like, your choices are very limited. Real life aggro. Like, you gotta be like, babe, our choices are very limited. We can either put a ring on it and have a wife as being a lord, the Elden Lord, or we can, or our other options are burn the world to the ground. Let's be real. What are other options? We can burn the world to the ground. We could make everybody perpetually cursed and deformed and in constant pain. Take away everyone's free will. Keep the status quo, but be lonely and maidenless. Or I forget what the death one involves. Death one makes Elden Ring just be like in real life, in which you'd have no second chances and everything becomes undead. So those are the 5 other options, or waifu. Or Ranni as waifu. Like, I'd be giving you the side eye if you didn't pick Ranni as to be your wife and then have that be your ending. So take the world destroying option. Now, when I say world destroying option, I also mean all the spirit summons and Torrent. Does she really want to murder Torrent? Because that happens. Or no, it's not even that you murder that everything that you destroy the world. You light everything on fire so everything's perpetually burning and is perpetually burning alive in pain. Including spirit summons, including Torrent. That's the madness ending, that's right. You wish it was world ending. It's worse.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your arms.
As if it's the dog. I mean, that would happen to the dogs. They're not exempt. It's always dog. Yeah, I would say the second best option is to just maintain status quo, followed by taking away everyone's free will. Like, they don't give you that many ways to not be evil in your ending. Marcus Cock ending, right? Well, isn't the Marcus Cock ending just the regular ending? Gonna cheat on you with herself anyway, for real. Okay, one of the things that Neo 3 does really nice is give you the ability to just consume all your consumable souls all at once. Or consume enough to level up to the next level. Let's see, another 7,000. Yep. See, the nice thing about Arcane, being the loot goblin that we are, the nice thing about Arcane is that it increases your item find rate. One of the best things about an Arcane build. Alright, speaking about burning stuff, let's go burn Melina. It's her time.
I have long observed the lands between. This world is in dire need of repair and death. Indiscriminate. Are you prepared to commit?
See, Melina would. If Melina has her way, she would want you to follow the path of dusk.
Very well.
I have a real maid, I can burn my fake one now, right?
For but a moment.
At least she teleports you away before she does it. Your real one's a doll? Is your real one the doll? I thought your real one was the one that's dead when you start the game. That gives you that emo at the very beginning. Cause that's a finger maiden too. When you first start the game. Like in the room where you get up, there's a dead finger maiden there. Oh, as in Ranni. I thought you were talking about the doll that you get from Celibus. That's somebody's maiden.
Burn for the sake of the new Lord.
Thank you for guiding me here.
And you can tell from the scars on her hand that, like, this isn't the first time she's been burned. Like this,
The
which
one
is
who
messed up.
walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Goodbye.
Later, Senior George. Hope you and your wife have a good day or a good night, whatever time it is where you guys are. Thank you for hanging out. Obviously, all my streams now are on YouTube. If you want to catch the rest of this one later. And for those of you lurking and watching, I know we had a couple new chatters here on Twitch side. Don't forget to follow the stream. Gosh, we're playing this, other Souls likes, and other games in general. I forget if the outskirts of Lendel are still around. They should be, right? It's just the city that gets burned and destroyed. I'm thinking about the one guy's quest line to go to Mogh's palace. Oh wait, no! Even though the Erdtree burns, you can still go to the capital? As long as you don't finish Fair Missoula? Yeah, the guy who begins the meaningless accusations. Erdtree... Wait, what if I go... Is Erdtree actively on fire? That would be really cool to see. Yeah, Erdtree is actively on fire, it's just not completely burned away yet. Cool little transitional thing.
Bok, this is ready to make...
Adjust the badge knights that you bastard.
Oh, please.
Let me go do this so that way I don't forget. For Bach, he just needs somebody to tell him he's beautiful. That's all right. I do agree with the sentiment of poor Bach though, because let's be real, if you do Bach's quest line and he tells you about Renala, you're like, yeah, Renala can turn you into human, go for it. And then he just freaking dies there. She turns him into a human, but his brain gets just destroyed in the process. Well, Buck, you're human like you wanted, I guess. That jump attack, I know bleed proc, but that was 2,261 damage from that hit. No, no tentacles of love. Bad touch. Tentacles of love are bad touch. We do not love the tentacles.
I'm glad that you have a... I wish to... A night luminary mode. So... Now... For your final try. Normally this rich... But since...
Because you're maidenless, any maiden will do. Bastard. Just has to rub in that we're maidenless. She's dead. I want to dip my cloth in her. Well, at least I just answered a question of, does she die before you kill the boss in Castle Morn? The answer is yes, apparently. Means I have to go run up to the Madness Village. Okay, so when you fight Vike in the Everjail, apparently he's immune to bleed and poison. I found that to be very odd. Oh no, the fight went on for a while. He has a ton of health. Because I couldn't bleed or poison him, my damage wasn't as high. Or as high as it could have been, I should say. Wait, where's the site of grace? Oh, right here. Listen, I know there's one right here. What's the site of grace? Literally in front of my face. Hey, look on the bright side. I remembered it existed. Dude, it was super sneaky. Also, when he's in the Everjail, he's using a different spear. Yeah, see, he's not getting poisoned here either. Doing best Dora the Explorer special with the ocean. Oh my god. What's that bad? Yeah, I think Mike's just immune to poison and bleed. For whatever reason. One of the few things immune to bleed in the vanilla game, right? Because the three fingers just burned all the blood out of him. All that's inside him is the fire of the fingers.
You've completed, and with this, a knight. Now, this noble. Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something. Never forget, for it is what binds. You have this. Oh, another. A medal with the power I've gone, but you mustn't. The meeting must wait until the luminary. We must. You very well. If you mistake, you maidenless runt. Who do you think I am?
I feel good about that. Yeah, he served his purpose. He had to get one last maidenless jab, though. That actually went a lot smoother than that typically does. That was the poison putting in work. Dude, I don't remember Farum Azula very well. Even though we could come there. Okay, that's a fair point, Merritt. I don't know very well. I didn't even know you could do this. Touche. It's alright, all you were missing out on was a great Ghost Glove Wart. So not too much. I'm trying to remember where Alexander is. I think he's after the Godskin Duo. This other person's like, I don't care. I'm like, oh, so I'll leave you alone. I knew in New Game Plus you could use Melania's weapon art to just jump this gap. Or I guess if you had already killed Melania, you could just jump the gap and skip this whole area. So literally none of these guys have the unaltered form. I think there's only one Banished Knight in the game that does. As the unaltered chess piece. And it's the dual swords person from Castle Soul. Hey Bojangles. How's it going, my man? Not sleeping these days? You gotta set up turns with the wife. There'll be many sleepless nights. They gotta go, oh, it's your turn this time. Oh, it's your turn. For myself, I'm feeling well for the first time in like a week. Work early so you're too exhausted, that's fair. You know, I was out for like a good solid week. And so, you know, trying to make up in game progression for some lost time. Having to adjust my game completion schedule. Because of it. Didn't know these claws were so OP. And they're only at plus 21, they're not even at max rank yet. And these probably aren't going to be the claws I use at the end of the game. These are the claws you would use if you were doing like, if you were going to go and do like a dex build, and I don't think I am. Yeah, I'm using these claws and the Venom Fangs. Because Venom Fangs do toxic, not just regular poison. Or in this game it's called deadly poison. Oh yeah, the damage output is pretty nutty. Oh my god, we got raided by Relentless and Panda. How you guys doing? Hope you guys had a great night. Oh, she actually caught me. I wasn't expecting that. I mean, I was being cheeky, just not backing away from him, but still. Damage is insane. Well, you get to do stuff like stack on talismans that increase the damage when you poison an enemy, when you bleed an enemy. What boss am I heading to fight now? The Godskin Duo. I don't need to actually fight that guy, which and sling away. Yeah, I figure we'll fight the Godskin Duo, make our way over to Alexander, because people on Discord, somewhere on Discord, asked that I would fight Alexander before going to the DLC. Then we'll go fight Mogh, and then DLC. Dude, we are the Wolverine. No, we're not going to do Malekith before the DLC. I am going to need a few minutes here because I really have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, cat. I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Hopefully there'll be no more interruptions. My stomach randomly decided it hated me there. You know, as it does. Just wanted to build up that level of suspense before the boss fight, right? Just before we drop the deuce. Exactly. Eloquently put. That is the easiest I've ever done them. That fight went so smooth. Huh. Didn't realize that Cora just dies in round table hold if you don't talk to him and send him on his way. That's something. I wonder if it's the same for Fia.
I knew they had your arm. Yes, that's all in my pro to me if...
Take a look around. Don't worry. I'll continue, which is why his roots, he won't last much. His shackles of his hide.
no.
I'm not using Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone on the hook claws because I'm not actually going to be using the hook claws as my endgame weapon. Probably not. I'm going to be using different claws. Use an Xbox controller from Monster Hunter. Okay. Dude, you know me, I use a controller for everything I can. I'm using an Xbox controller for PC gaming. I will say this, Xbox controllers are superior gaming controllers than PlayStation controllers. I prefer the asymmetrical design. And it's one of those things that I never used to care until I played Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh, Smith, no.
Try keyboard mouse is not good. I grew up on controllers, so anytime there's a choice between controller or mouse and keyboard, I'm always picking controller. Or almost always, very few exceptions. Alright, let's go and hunt out Alexander. Is it bad that I could ever remember where to exit this place from? This looks right. I say that, this looks right, die immediately. This looks right. Game's like, yep. You should look before you leap, though. Discus guy. You want new armor, but you like having slots in the other armor either have less slots or worse skills. Dude, that's the problem with Monster Hunter is, and Wild solved it, by the way, is that you can't really just transmog any armor look onto anything. It's only in the most recent Monster Hunter game that you're able to do that. So you might like the look of an armor and then be like, but I can't use it because it doesn't have the substats I like. Or it's older armor, and even if it was the high class or Math G rank class, it still doesn't hold up compared to a harder monster's armor. Oh, I think I remember where Alexander is. But like, we are going to fight Melania and Malekith, but we're going to be doing them after we do the DLC stuff. Eating leftover pizza, dude, I had tacos for dinner. They were delicious. And thank you for acknowledging that you are watching me. It makes me feel good. Almost as good as when people who are new to the channel follow the stream. Or I guess subscriptions. Like when Notorious subscribed earlier. Like the Giga Chad he is. Gives a ton of gems. Okay, that's fair. More skill equals more good. Depends on what tier gems it gives. It might give a lot of gems. All depends on the quality of gems that tends to drop. I know that plays a factor. more wilds as Master Rank DLC when it launches. Oh yeah, I'll definitely get the Master Rank DLC when it launches. But like in the meanwhile, they have added a whole bunch of monsters. Oh my god, we got another raid, and this one's from Tag. Let's go. Welcome even more raiders. Hey Shadow. Bats and Cowboys. Bats and Cowboys as Cowboys being Cowboys. Hello, edamame. Was playing Red Dead 2. Nice. I hear it's a great game. I hear it's a very immersive game you can get lost in. Like witches, black magic witches type of magic? Like burner at the stake magic? Like, ah, she's a witch! Magical AF. That's fair. I know what you mean, Siren. Just making a joke. Hey, honestly, I don't know Red Dead Redemption and stuff. There could have been a Salem Witch Trial DLC in it. That would have been cool, too. Magical Cowgirls, there we go. Good old Monty Python. She weighs as much as a duck. She's a witch. We are no longer the knights who say knee. We are now the knights who say. Read a man, another shrubbery. See, my brain, it works sometimes. We found our boy Alexander.
Ah, I see you finally made it here yourself. The city hanging in the air is slowly crumbling. What an incredible place we find.
You could say the herring they wanted them to use to cut down that tree was a red herring.
He was practically a god. I doubt there's another soul out there who could have done the same. Of course, I count myself the great Alexander among the many, which means I've but one thing to ask of you. Kindly undertake my
I've been on point with my puns tonight. I've had a couple of good ones tonight.
You are ready then, I take. Then let us begin. I am the great Jar warrior, Iron Fist Alexander. Lend me strength, O warriors. Let us become one champion together.
I don't want to be put back in the corner. Next will be putting me in a jar.
As I suspected, victory was impossible. This vessel was found lacking. My thanks. I knew you were the stuff of champions. It was a marvelous battle. I implore you, take
Dude, I'd be the
whatever
best
you
draw warrior.
from inside me. All vessels are destined to one day break. But the great Alexander lived as a warrior to his last.
Why is his innards a key? He literally gave me his innards. Keepsake of the warrior jar Alexander. I feel like you're supposed to bring his innards to Jar Village to give to the potentate. So now all we have to do is go fight Mogh, and then it's off to the DLC for now. You're in bed? Look, he wanted me to do it! I wouldn't have killed Alexander. He wanted me to do it. He literally begged me to do it. I was just giving him what he wanted. But you have yourself a good night, Siren. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, dude, of course it's sad. We do not remember Alexander as the broken jar that he ended up as. We remember him as the jolly jar that he was. You think he wanted me to hold up in court? I don't know, it depends on the court. What was the Court of Owls? Think it would hold up in that court? Maybe the Court of the Jar? Maybe. He died as he lived, as the greatest jar ever. Yo, if I know the Star Bomb song, I do not know the Star Bomb song. I'm sorry. Stole Lauren's husband from me. He's coming for you. Oh no! I still know his husband. I am innocent of all crimes. These are all slanders and lies. Look up Kiss the Elden Ring. Boo ads. Oh, I forgot to finish the Nepheli's quest line and get smithing stones from her. We'll do that before facing off against Mogh. Skill giving more damage and stamina is full is kind of useless for the lance. You use stamina block. Dude, that skill is it's very, very limiting in its use. And actually, it's not for the lance, but you know what that skill does well with is weapons that use dash juice, like dual swords. Because what dash juice is it gives you infinite stamina. I believe that dash juice gives you infinite stamina for like 30 seconds or a minute, something like that. And so you use that on weapons like the Kinsec Glaive. Really, it's used for dual swords. Dual swords lives and dies on that. And so you use that skill, the increased damage when your stamina is full, with dual swords. So when you're in your dash juice, all your damage from Demon Dance and Archdemon Dance are enhanced that much further.
Oh, you might. Are you here as a customer? I'm afraid of.
Hey man, a win is a win! Freaking parry. I saw the parry, and I don't know why I went for it. I should have done a jump attack. I would have lived. See, that's why people don't follow my stream. It's because I make really horrible plays like that. That I make really bad puns. Dude, the puns are amazing. I live for the puns. Like I have a Duvia just sticking out my skull. Alright, in 34. So a monster that was in Worlds that I wish would show back up in Wilds. Although I haven't kept up on Wilds, I don't know if it has or not. I wish that the I wish the F-52 bomber that is in Worlds would reappear in Monster Hunter Wilds. That would be amazing. Favorite monster in the game. The bomber. It's just a B-52 bomber in monster form. It's absolutely fantastic. I love the thing. Also, best music in the game. It has the best monster music in Monster Hunter World. And it's always because you hear the music before you see the thing.
Now I can't I?
Alright, so the way we do this... Oh, crap. Oh, we crashed the hunts in high rank? He always crashes the hunts in high rank, but like, I'm never upset when he crashes my hunts in high rank. You're right, he does, but I'm never upset by it. Also, I kinda love how they never bothered to actually legitimately fix this quest line. To the point where I have it memorized on what you have to do to actually make the quest line complete. If you kill his quest line is tied to Kenneth Heights and Nepheli. The three of them have a shared quest line where if you were to kill any of them, then you can't do the quest for them. But the quest is also bugged. So in order to complete the quest line, like, he's stuck there. He shouldn't be there. The quest line should be able to be completed at this point. But for whatever reason, he is stuck there. He gets stuck in that position. And the way to make him progress is you have to go to where he sits before you fight Godric. Now, normally I fully explore Stormveil Castle, but I didn't this time, so I have to run my butt over to it. I bring all the luck. To other people, not to myself. Going after a Tigrex solo? Good luck, dude. Yes, so where this site of grace is, this is where the guy sits. Like once you get into Stormvale, he's over here. Or if you tell him you're going into the front gate and that you can pound sand, he sits over here. So to force him to progress, you have to go to this site of grace. Then teleport into Godric the Grafted room. Now, if he doesn't progress from teleporting in like this, then, like you see, he's no longer stomping on that thing right here. If he is, then you have to go to the secluded cell and rest there. But if he's not stomping on Godric's corpse, then when you come in here, you have Nepheli and Homeboy's right there.
Some time. I must thank you for your aid. I told Father I would be with him no longer. I remembered the vow I took when I first became a warrior, so many moons ago. This land is much like the one from which I hail. I will call upon the storm to drive away the foulness that has settled on the winds. Again, I am Nepheli Lu, warrior. Some call me by the title of Lady, but I remain the same woman underneath, though I have now abandoned my former guidance. I cannot express how much you've helped me.
And there you go, an ancient dragon smithing stone.
Should you become Elden Lord, I would gladly lighten your burden.
And completing her questline here actually makes her summonable to fight Hoarah.
Farewell, I will remain, but your guidance surely lie elsewhere.
And then this dude, he ends up selling you an ancient smithing stone too, or an ancient somber. I think it's a regular. Yeah, ancient dragon smithing stone. So completing the questline gets you two. One for free and one for 20k. But Kenneth height does matter. Typically he's supposed to be in this room also. I'm not sure why he's not. I don't think he gives you anything. But he is needed for a questline, because he's the one who puts her in charge of Stormvale Castle. Why does he have the ability to name somebody Lord of Stormvale? Who knows? But he appoints Nepheli to lead Stormvale Castle. And then if I needed an ancient somber smithing stone, I want to say it's in the chest at the garden right here. Just like that, Mogh is dead. That is such a fast Mogh kill. I can't get over how much damage this build is doing. I've never dealt this much damage in this game. This is kind of nutty. Next stage is doing so much damage so quickly he can't kneel me. If I were to play New Game Plus, I could probably get that damage dot. If I were to play this game on New Game Plus, I would probably have a build strong enough to do that. You know, 100,000 runes to level up. Because we're going to get our Arcane to 59. Because then we'll be at the 60 soft cap. Then we're going to get our Vigor up to 80. And then I might mess around with Mind. But then we're going to actually be increasing our Strength. We're going to push our Strength up to probably 80.
I'm Leda. Touch the withered to the realm of
Blah 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 blah.
if you can find them. Come now, I will not be far be.
Look at that. Completed all of my objectives that I wanted to do for the stream, and we still have like 3 hours of the stream left to go. To be making more headway. Yeah, that was a juicy amount of damage I dealt there. And before we jump into the lands between, let me do a little bit of upgrading. Now the downside to this is I have to fully explore the lands between like I've never played the DLC because, well, I can never remember where all the shards are. But we're going to be using these claws until I get a good amount of points into strength. Or I find a weapon that, like one of the reverse grip dual wield weapons. If I get one of them that has bleed on that, then I might do this as a dex build instead of a strength build. Still hate those guys. They still kick my ass. about something. Can I equip this also and stay medium? I can. Now the other question is going to be, how long am I going to go before I remember when I'm at Site of Grace to change out the Wondrous Physic? The answer is longer than you would think. I thought this guy was only around at nighttime. Lit my ass up. Stupid lack of scavenger fragments. Oh, it was nighttime. I was right, but it was the time for him to show up. Let's put a little marker right there so I remember him. The hell was that screeching? Scared the crap out of me. So we're ignoring you. For now. I mean, not for nothing. If I really wanted to, I probably could kill him. Like at the +0 blessings, but the blessings are just too easy to get. But he's normally in the church. I wasn't wondering that. The guy's always in the church. He's never in the camp. He actually scared the crap out of me. Yeah, he's always like patrolling inside of here. Ouch. My bad. Hopefully that guy doesn't respawn, the Black Knight armor guy. Ah, Divine Blessing. Got it. I love the rune acquisition jump that like you beat a boss as hard as Mogh, who gives you 500,000 runes, and then these guys will give you like almost 1,000 a pop, 848 each. Dies in one hit, easiest thing you could farm in the world. Oops. Oh, I think it's up here. No? Where do I jump up from? Now, I think the only talisman that I'm going to care about from the DLC is the stamina regen one, the dual turtle, whatnot. Okay, I was already over there. Hey, at least I remember to kill the guys with the jars. Because that was a scatter tree fragment. Now, if I recall correctly, there are no scoutry fragments inside these mausoleum boss fights. Which means for my build, I have no reason to go into any of them. If you hear the hacking in the background, that's Monty. He can't get, for whatever reason, he can't get over his cold. I can change the title now. You're right, Soul. I can change the title now.
Fie. Then we'll understand. The Earth
I'll do that in just a second.
Never. If Mikele these, I urge you, as long as you.
But you are absolutely right. Look, like I said, I'm being an overachiever in tonight's stream.
I urge you, as long as you.
For some reason, I thought I was going to get hung up and not make it as far as I did.
Ah, you're that tarnished. I am Freya. In battle, you can be sure. Oh, and did you speak? If you've yet to, you'll find more. There are Mikele. If you've yet, assuming you.
I was being a little bit lazy. Not thinking I'd be called out on my title. There we go. Title successfully updated. Kids are laying down, he's supposed to be cute. I have been doing something rare for myself, which is practicing good posture. I never practice good posture, but I've been practicing good posture, so mine is on the couch next to me, laying next to my dog. Or I should say one of my dogs. You're right now, but you see, I'm also lazy, so I changed it from towards to through. Dude, my model's gonna have a pet attached to it soon enough. Soon enough it will. But right now it's 3:30 in the morning and I don't feel like waking the sleeping beasts. Laziness is a virtue. Dude, we gotta save our energy and use it in important areas, like making poor decisions in this game. Like, not gonna lie, there was that inner thought in my brain. You know, making poor choices in Elden Ring is stable. Yeah, exactly. Like, I had to fight my inner demons as hard as I could not to fight the furnace demon. There was a big part of my brain going like, I'm pretty sure I can kill the furnace demon, and then that furnace demon has the perfect block Wanderer's Physic mix, and I totally rock that with these claws. That thought process definitely went through my brain. Stop saying the word decide or decisions is not what you think it means. I'm pretty sure I know what the words decide and decisions mean. And hello there, Hyrule. It's got the D prefix. So, the thing about the English language, Soul, is there's exceptions to every rule. Which is why people who have English as a second language could never make sense of it. Because there's exceptions to everything. What am I supposed to be? Is a deck priest. A cat person deck priest. Because I really like Warhammer. Weird weapon? Yeah, this is a weapon that people typically discount. It's one of the Albinoric halberds, which scales super hard on Arcane. And since claws have no reach, because hand on a mount, I tend to use this one to attack while I'm on horseback and I'm being lazy. So you pass your bedtime, Merida? Alright, Merida, you have a good night. That's how the English tongue gets you. Yeah, it gets everybody, don't you worry. I'm a native speaker, so I'm immune to the nonsense of the English language. You can't use any one rule when it comes to wording or phrases or spelling to be an end-all be-all with the English language. If you try, then you'll say something that'll end up being wrong at some point. No one's immune to propaganda, dude. That is... Them be facts! You can be resistant to propaganda, but not immune, because you think you're immune to propaganda. What was the study? There was a study that people who thought because they knew what propaganda was that they were more resistant to it ended up being more susceptible to propaganda. There's an odd study like that. How true that study is, or how selective that study is, I don't know. But I remember that being a thing. Like, the only way to protect yourself from propaganda is that if you hear something that a commentator is talking about, is to find the source material, but not like a clip of the source material, like the full thing, and watch the full thing so you have all the context. I mean, propaganda works in every language. It's not... Propaganda is not something that is exclusive to people who speak English. Alright, let's see. Can I beat this undead dragon in one go? One of the few enemies in the DLC immune to poison and bleed. Wake up. There we go. That's not good. Sir, you do not belong all the way up there. It's rude. Especially because you mess with hitboxes. Well, we couldn't beat it in one go. I may actually want to get some more scavenger blessings before I fight that thing. I was not dealing damage to it. And there is no Stake America there. That's interesting. And I missed this. Okay. I thought I was exploring well, and yeah, somehow I missed the map. Oh, don't mind me, Dragon. I'm just picking up my runes and I'll be on my way. Ah, much better. Don't even recall picking up another Spirit Ash, but okay. That works. Because I think just running up here gets to another Scout Tree fragment. And then there's a village with all the big fatties. There might be a fragment up there, I can't remember. I think that there is.
You must be the Tarnished.
And here's the badass Anbach.
Formerly in service to Lord Mogh, but now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Miquella. I'm hardly the steady hand I once was. My fighting days are far behind me.
Dude, his fighting days are still ahead of him.
To dedicate myself to investigation, to discern tender Miquella's ultimate purpose. I'd rather
also, he has a
volunteer
badass
service
helmet.
to a new master, unless I know that I can be of use. May 6 crosses, identical to this one. They are akin to Tender Mikkela's footprints. Or gravestone. If you discover any, be certain, I presume you just what... If you discover, be certain, I presume you just what kind...
Hello there. Together. Many things. Goodbye. Many things. I like for you. Things bring. I for you. Things. Goodbye.
I just remember like the first 10 levels are like so important for the Skytree Blessing. Yes, so much more damage. And damage reduction. Hey there, idiot. I don't know why you made your name idiot, but hello there, Dip. I'm gonna call you Dip because I don't feel like calling chat an idiot. But good evening, good morning, whatever time it is where you are. I hope you're having a good time. Apparently I was just belched on. Not sure how I feel about that. I like those emotes though. They're nice. Very pretty. I don't recall these lightning lamps having anything decent except for a lot of pain that they inflict. So we're gonna leave them be. You know, why disturb nature and all of its electrical glory? What you guys are gonna see me do is pick up all the paintings and then never figure out where any of them go. And then forget that they exist. That's the super. Ah, the bear! That's the super sketch jump. When in doubt, press R1 and never stop. Try a true method. How do these swing? Oh, so they do actually swing like normal fist weapons, but with much longer range. They look cool. Maybe there's a blessing inside the town. Maybe I'll be blessed with people talking to me. That too is a blessing with the scatter tree. There we go. Another fragment. I remember there's something hidden nearby. You know what I literally just realized is that I got Mogh Shackle to use on Mogh to make his fight easier, and I have used Mogh Shackle for literally anything except for the Mogh fight. Like that string seller's bell bearing was hanging from somewhere, and the Mogh Shackle knocks it down. There might be an invisible wall of Mogh Shackle. There might be something hanging nearby, Mogh Shackle. Oh look, it's Mogh! Yeah, I don't need this. What use could it possibly have? That's a lot of enemies. No, if I just run in haphazardly with Stormhawk Dean, I should be okay. I love how that actually works out really well. If I just have a bird screaming, flying around, that'll surely make things strong enough. Yep, that's exactly how that works. At least there's one scout tree fragment up here. I love the look of the scatter tree. Like, it looks eerie, but it looks so cool also. forgetting how you get up top here. I feel like there's a teleporter. Like, you don't get up there from here. I don't think. I've never gotten a full 20 Scout Tree blessing thing, so I'm trying to find every little nook and cranny that might have something for me. Scorpion spiders being all freaky. No. We don't do scorpion spiders. I don't like them. I don't know why Mogh's Talisman made those guys fall down, but you know what? They don't get to sneak up on me, so that's a good thing. Ouch. Oh yeah, Spirit Ash. I was like, I didn't get anything. Now what would be crazy is if increasing the rank of the Spirit Ash increased Stormhawk Dean's attack boost. Could you imagine the damage output? Guys, since when can Ghost bleed? When and why have Ghosts been able to bleed? I was like, see, you can't get ambushed if you just attack everything mercilessly. Okay, I made a wrong turn. There we go. I always found it odd when the game gives you coins, and I was like, oh no, you just break it. Break the coin to increase item discovery. Like, why doesn't anybody want to use the coin? You know, for buying shit. That's what money's for. Last time I checked. I can't make that jump, can I? One thing I remember that really annoyed me was that you cannot backstab those enemies. The Horned Warriors. Makes no sense why you can't. But for some reason you're not allowed to. You try and the game tells you no. Well, depths key. I don't think I've ever found that key before. I'm fairly positive I've never found that key before. See, sometimes exploring like you've never been up someplace before pays off. Claw's good? Claw's apparently very good. This is the first time I've used claws in any FromSoft game. Much better than I thought they'd be. Incredibly high damage output, and my build's not even done yet, like stat wise. We're doing a poison bleed build. Every now and then there's a little bit wonky hitboxes in which, like the gargoyles, it was a little hard to hit them just because of how awkward the lock-on was. Yeah, I'd always wanted to do it too, and then like, you know, I always find a different shiny object, different weapon. I'm like, oh, that looks cool, and I never actually used them before. But the damage output is actually pretty nutty. They have low stagger potential, but their jump attacks can stagger enemies pretty well. And like, I'm using the hook claws. There is the strength version, which is the bloodhound fang claws, which is what I'll be using at the end. I just got these much later in the run. Well, it's not even when they're flying. It's that when they're on the ground, their body is kind of awkward the way that they stand. So you have to hit them in the kneecap, like literally the kneecap, otherwise you kind of whiff. But the birds in here, when they're kind of hovering, they're also a little hard to hit. But outside of those couple of instances, it's going to, it's been alright. Something that was pointed out to me, which is why I'm not going to use these hook claws at the very, like, in my final build, but I'm going to use the Bloodhound claws, is that the Bloodhound claws are like the hook claws, but for strength builds. So instead of having a D-Dex E strength, I could, in theory, make these blood infusion instead of occult. So they'd have a D scaling for arcane, but then like an A scaling in strength. And even though you're dual wielding, because it's a weapon that your person just puts in each hand instead of two hand and a claw, you do get the 50% strength boost when you're using them. But I'm still like a ways away from that. Because I want to get my arcane to 60 before I start dumping points into like strength or anything like that. Exactly. It's a fast-paced strength weapon. With really big stats build-up. Because if you think I'm proccing bleed quickly now, if you infuse them with bleed, that scaling gets even harder. But these weapons deal enough damage that when I fought Mogh earlier, he almost didn't get a chance to do his phase transition. His whole knee heal stuff. And after he finished his phase transition where he gained all that health, it took me like 2 or 3 hits to kill him. With as fast as these things are swinging. So pretty much, if I do a bleed infusion instead of occult, I could probably bleed stuff in 2 swings instead of 3. Probably. If for some reason you can bleed shadows. I'm very confused by that. like I made a mental note of everything I've cleared, but I am out of heals, so time to right here. Went to the wrong place. You can see the ranges here. It's practically using fist weapons. I mean, they are claws, so fist plus the little bit extra. Emphasis on little. And the crazy part is, the Bloodhound claws have a shorter range than even these do. Now, I'm going to check out what's behind the door in this well. I've never found this key before. So, uncharted territory. This is my third time going through this DLC. First time being able to open up this door. Assuming the key is for here. Yes, well depths key. Okay, I'm sure I've been in here before, just from a different way. So the well depths key just means that this is the quickest way to get in here. I do like how fast these things swing, though. For their damage output, like... Could you imagine if these things had a longer range? So, the claws are very limited on what Ashes of War they are allowed to have. I have been finding Brackett's Roar really works well with them. Brackett's Roar, Raptor of the Mists, and there's a Poison Ash of War you can get in the DLC. I forget what it's called, but that one you can use with them. It's supposed to work really well. I like Bragg's Roar because, like, I use Barbarian's Roar. Barbarian's Roar changes to the charge attacks. I'm just not big on using the charge attacks, but Barbarian's Roar gives you a really nice damage output that if you use the Roar Medallion and you just spam out charge attacks, it ends up working out really well with that as well. I like the Barbarian's Roar because it increases your stamina regen. Gives you the same damage output. The Roar Medallion doesn't really work with it, but it gives you the same damage output for your regular weapons. But then that stamina regen is just so nice. If I wasn't using the Venom Fangs, the Poison Hand is also supposed to be really good for just applying the poison. I think this also does Deadly Poison instead of regular. Yeah, Deadly Poison. It's annoying that you have to search the item description, read the item description to figure out if it's regular or deadly. But this does Deadly Poison. The difference between using the Poison Hand to apply Deadly Poison and the Venom Fang is that if you infuse the Venom Fangs with poison like I have, you get the Deadly Poison damage with the regular poison duration. Because Deadly Poison does more damage per tick of damage, but it has a much shorter duration, which makes the overall damage be like the same. But if you infuse the Venom Fangs with poison, you get the regular poison duration with the Deadly Poison damage. I remember that there's a worm in here. There he is. You see what I'm talking about with the stamina regen there? I am using the Turtle Talisman, but that's some ridiculous stamina regen to have both. Yeah, range and poise. I mean, depending on the fight, it could be pretty big downsides, but if you're going with an arcane focused build the way that I am, you can offset the range by using an Albinoric weapon. Because Albinoric weapons you can still use greases on. Or like a magic weapon, things like that. And they have an S scaling in damage on arcane. So I'm at 58 arcane. I'm going up to 50. I'm going to have 60. The helmet I'm wearing gives +1 arcane. But with the with about 60 arcane, the numbers are skewed because of the DLC. But the halberd and the axe for the Albinoric stuff have an S scaling.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Sir, why do you do so much damage? Yeah. You're not really seeing it just through the way I'm playing, but these weapons, because you swing so fast, you kind of end up being stamina hungry. More so than you would think. But like if I wanted to do a little bit of a lighter armor build, you could also use like the Raptor set for the increased damage on jump attacks. If you wanted to focus on that, you could get a little bit more damage there. But like, I like this fashion. I'm always big on the fashion souls. Like you see right there, I deleted him. but a couple of dodges with one combo is a full stamina bar. Like if he was still alive at the end there, I wouldn't have been able to dodge. But this should be the boss, I think. So let's level up. Madagascar fragment. Oh well. So for damage, your hard cap is 80, but for status effect buildup, your hard cap is 60 for arcane. Since arcane affects like, you know, bleed, poison, frost buildup, that kind of stuff. So yeah, you do have to be, you can't be like spam dodging. That's really what it is. You can't be panic dodging as much. But now that I hit 60 arcane here, if I want to focus on damage, then you're either going to focus on strength or dex. I'm going to go strength here. Like, I could go strength right now, or I can get my vigor to 80. And I feel like getting vigor to 80 is going to be more important. I'm somebody who's not above using spirit summons, but I also don't need to use spirit summons. I just like them. So this go around, we've been using Stormhawk Dean just to pump our damage that much higher. You won't see me use it for every boss fight, but for boss fights where it's helpful, I'll just see me summon Dean here.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered.
Stormhawk Dean is, I feel like, an underrated spirit summon.
Tower's sculpted keepers, and perched within, we beg of thee, rise.
Because like people who rely on spirit summons are going to use it because he's not gonna hold aggro or have huge survivability. But like, if you don't need a spirit summon, he's actually like one of the most helpful ones because of his damage buff he gives.
Cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away the strumpet's vile progeny.
There we go, first try. That's a really high damage. I thought there was a tree fragment here.
Oh, such a joy to smell the scent again. Does a sculpted keeper stand before me? Oh, as I
Poor
felt the
crone.
sacred beast's essence fade, a great forgive this. 'Tis such relief after an
I love how she
imperative
thinks that
mind.
that boss I just killed would fit
I'll
in
at
here.
last reach the heavens, as evinced by thy gracious
You know, that
arrival.
giant centipede demon dancing beast thing, she thinks would fit through that doorway.
I implore, have my son and dance thy dance. Take vengeance upon Mesmerity's lot. They who betrayed us, let them face in thy wrath my song. Oh, my.
If only that spell was good. I've used that spell, it's underwhelming.
Righteous time. Oh, you must meet some more provisions, some more his brethren. No doubt they find these are not should you spot it. Righteous.
Yeah, it's a good thing I talked to Ansbach because I can't remember that there is one of those insect guys up here and that they're only around at nighttime. Is that a thing or am I making that up? I might be making that up. It's either they're only around at nighttime or they're only awake at nighttime. Maybe it's that they're only awake at nighttime. Okay, there wasn't one over here. I don't know why I thought there was. Because it's getting late in the stream and my mind is leaving me. Get more scatterbrained as the stream goes on. Although we have been going for like 7 hours, so we've been putting in some good work here. Let's see if we can take out the zombie dragon. I've been putting in some good work, some good progress here.
In battle.
And, yeah. I forget what I was gonna say.
I urge you, as long as you...
I was gonna say something else and then it kind of just fluttered away. Oh. Probably go and take out the zombie dragon if we can, and then figure that would be a good place to call for the night. Before we get into anything major, we cross the bridge. Go until, let's see, it's 5:07. We'll go until like 5:30, 5:45, somewhere in there. What's up, Alan? Right? Dude, Stormhawk Dean is a lot better than I gave it credit for. God damn it. I don't know. Do you know how much damage, Dean, actually it gives you? I know it's a pretty significant amount. And that was not a Scavenger fragment. I don't know why I thought that the dragon gave me one. Still happy I killed it. I figured instead of starting to put points into strength and needing like 40 levels for it to start paying off, to just get my vigor to 80 for maximum survivability since my damage is good as is. Yeah, I figure if I can start around the same time tonight as I did for this stream and go for, you know, almost 8 hours, should be able to do pretty well. Because aside from Consort Radon, I don't foresee any boss really holding me up. I know I don't need to go through any catacombs, really, or there's like one catacomb I have to go through to get to the madness area. I'll try to think what sections I don't need to do. Like, I know I didn't need to go through the jail here, the Belrot jail. I don't think I need to do any jails. That there's, I don't think there's any ashes or fragments in any of them. So that'll save me a little bit of time too. Drinking water won't fix my problems, but being dehydrated definitely make it worse. That is a fun fact, and I could use some water. So thank you for pointing that out. Thank you very much for the hydrate there, water. I need a glass of water. Amazing name. Amazing name, I love it. Should we make it stay hydrated? Thank you, man. Good looking out. That's the best thing I can say about that is good looking out, dude. That was kind of fantastic. Just gonna mark this stuff so that way I know those are the pests I have not gone yet. Yeah, might as well go down this way. I have a feeling it's one of those things where there's like 4 paths that all lead down to the same area. Yeah, this is funneling me to the poison area, so I know that much. Question is, have I been to this particular spot of the poison area? And I want to say yes. Can't tell if this is not familiar because I haven't ever been here, or if it's not familiar because I've never been here at night. So I'm having trouble recognizing where I am. Yeah, I've definitely been here. Because this is like the back way into the fort. Thanks, Vari. You know, I killed you earlier. And it felt really good when I did it, too. You pricked my finger, I prick your throat. It all worked out in the wash. Always the ones on my side, mate. Like, thank you. Thank you, Vari. I could use an extra voice inside my head. Helps keep the others company. Okay, charging in there was not the smartest move. It would end it on a low note, guys. Be interesting to see how I face Radahn with only claws. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing that I'm gonna do. But we got ways to go from here to there. I think it'll actually work out pretty well. I'm confident just purely based on my damage. It might take me, you know, a number of tries. It definitely won't be as smooth as the last time I fought Radahn. The last time I fought Radahn was I was doing a tank build because Night Rain had come out, and there's the Guardian character in Night Rain. I was like, oh, I never really messed around with guard counters in Elden Ring, regular Elden Ring. Let's go ahead and do that and see what that's about. And I beat Promise Consort Radahn on like my third attempt doing a guard counter build. Because if you didn't know this, when you're using guard counters, axes and great axes are absolutely disgusting. Alright, I'm probably going to just avoid those guys when I can. Laws don't do well against them. Ow? Aw, that slime gave me gas. Yeah, I'll be starting stream tonight, since technically it's Thursday now. Probably around 10 p.m. Eastern time. That's what I'm going to be shooting for. Maybe a little earlier, maybe a little bit later, but we're going to be shooting for 10 p.m. Eastern time. Between 10 and 11, we'll be starting tonight. But there's many paths to go. We have, what, 4 different paths that branch off of where we are right now. After it's about 5:30. Yeah, as I said, this is my first stream that was healthy enough to do a full stream again, so I don't want to push myself too hard. But we'll do about the same duration, about 8 hours again tonight. And then Friday night and Saturday night streams will be pushing farther. Probably go until 8 a.m. the following day. So, for those of you still hanging out to the end, thank you for hanging out to the end. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for the follows. And Arturus, if you're still here for some odd reason, thank you for the sub. It was very much appreciated. But I'm gonna head off here. I got some animals to take care of. They hear me doing my sign-off spiel. They just woke up full of happiness and joy. So I got some donkeys to take care of. And I will catch you all tonight. Have yourselves a great day, a great night, whatever time it is. I'll catch you all later.